The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., September 12, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Marionette Miller Meeks to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allotted between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise this morning to welcome everyone back to Congress, where hopefully we'll get something done. An ominous note sent by the Speaker earlier in a press conference that there will be an impeachment proceeding, an inquiry. I don't think that's what the American people are ready for back home. They also said that they're here to shut down government. We need to shut down government. What the American people need is what everyone gave speeches about yesterday, talking about how after September the 11th, we all came together as a country and focused on what needs to be done. I have a great suggestion for you. How about we fix Social Security for the Americans that need it? We talked to the veterans, we talked to all the individuals who were first responders and tell them how much we appreciate what they do, but then we never vote that way in Congress. It's been 52 years since Congress has done anything to enhance Social Security. 52 years and no action. How about we do something unique in this body and get a vote on Social Security? Every member has a Social Security card, and you know exactly how many of your constituents receive a Social Security check, something that is an earned benefit, something that they have paid for and worked all their lives. Yet we're content here in this body to let 5 million fellow Americans in all of your districts, 5 million Americans get a below poverty level check from the federal government, when what they need is subsistence to survive. How about we get together as a body and come together and enhance the greatest insurance program in the nation's history, the #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly, the #1 anti-poverty for children. 10,000 baby boomers a day. And if you're out there, baby boomers, call your members. Ask them to take a vote on Social Security. Look at your pay stub. It says FICA, federal insurance contribution. Whose? Yours. And this Congress hasn't done anything for 52 years. It's long overdue. And think of this as an economic development. If you think this is socialism, think about all the constituents in your district that are going to get a paycheck. Think about the economic activity, and where do they spend that money? Right back in your district. They need your help. The nation needs your help. We need to come together and unite and enhance Social Security. Not just protect it, not cut it, as some have suggested, but to actually protect and expand the nation's number one program that helps the elderly and helps our children of this great country of ours. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back my time.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
So given.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Leah Shackley of Bedford County, Pennsylvania, who won a second gold medal this past Thursday at the World Junior Aquatic Swimming Championship in Israel as a member of Team USA. A senior in high school, Leah has won races across the country and now around the world. Through her commitment to training at both the Blair Regional YMCA in Hollidaysburg and in her family's pond in Bedford County, Leah has shown the hard work and determination can provide an incredible recipe for success. As she represents both our district and our nation, Leah faced tough competition from over 600 athletes representing 100 nations. During the team event, Leah set a personal record in the 100-meter butterfly with a time of 57.75 seconds. With Leah's continued success in the water and her support of friends and neighbors in Bedford, she continues to set an incredible example for student athletes in central Pennsylvania. On behalf of all of Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District, I congratulate Leah and all of Team USA on their success in the World Junior Aquatics Swimming Championship. Thank you. Madam Speaker, during the August district work period, I traveled over 3,200 miles across central and western Pennsylvania. As I met with members of our agricultural community, from orchard growers in Adams County to dairy farmers in Cambria County, I saw firsthand the need for Congress to pass a farm bill that supports the farmers in our rural communities. This legislation is vital to ensuring America continues providing our country with abundant and affordable food. Very simply put, food security is national security. And now, more than ever, we need a farm bill that addresses the concerns facing our Pennsylvania farmers. As production costs continue to soar because of President Biden's inflationary policies, we must find ways to ensure that our food remains affordable for families while also protecting our local farmers. We need to better target resources to maintain our commitment to rural farmers and the rural development that is at the cusp of what they do. What we don't need is legislation that overregulates and overburdens the farmers that we rely on to grow the food and provide the dairy products and the wholesome grains that are so important to the economy and to the health of all Americans. It's time to pass a farm bill that ensures our security and allows at the same time for our farmers to prosper. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Dr. Ruiz, for 5 minutes. Oh, Mr. Yeah, excuse me.
I asked unanimous consent to rise and address the House.
So directed. So recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to urge House Republicans to investigate one of the modern American scandals and political cons. Now, why did the Saudi government give Jared Kushner $2 billion just months after he left the Trump White House? Kushner, who oversaw Middle East policy for his father-in-law, has enriched himself and his family in what is clearly an enormous grift and likely serious conflict of interest crimes. So let's review. First, Jared Kushner conned his way to a cushy White House job with no clear job description and no experience. Then he took it upon himself to prioritize pushing out the U.S. Secretary of State so he could cozy up to the Saudi government. Now, once he was close enough to the Saudis, we have records of a $110 billion arms deal between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia that was inflated at the direction of Jared Kushner. Then, mere months after Kushner exits the White House, what happens? The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia overrules his own investment advisors and sends $2 billion to Kushner's company's bank account. Now, in the exact words of Republican Chris Christie, who I'll quote, "The grift from this family is breathtaking. It's breathtaking. Jared Kushner and Ivanka Kushner walk out of the White House and months later get $2 billion from the Saudis." Now, some colleagues from across the aisle have explicitly said the Kushner family has engaged in business dealings that may have crossed the ethical line, and I agree, yet they refuse to act. Is this the same party that's obsessed with President Biden's family? And the American people deserve answers, and I urge my colleagues across the aisle to answer all our calls and subpoena Jared Kushner's company once and for all. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yesterday marked the 22nd anniversary of September 11th terror attacks. And I rise today to remember the innocent lives that were lost. At 8:46 a.m., American Flight 11 flew into Tower 1 of the World Trade Center. Not longer after that, Flight 175 roared over Lower Manhattan into Tower 2. While Americans around the country were grappling with the events that just transpired, a third plane, Flight 77, crashed into the Pentagon, in the center of our armed forces and national defense. In southwest Pennsylvania, the fourth flight, United 93, originally headed to San Francisco, was hijacked and made an abrupt turn towards Washington, D.C. But because of the brave passengers and crew members who attempted to take back the plane, it crashed into a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. In the days, weeks, months, and now 2 decades that followed September 11th, our country joined together to face the very evil which attempted to take us down. We will ever be indebted to our servicemen and women who joined the fight to protect our freedoms, and we must remember the sacrifices made by our service members and their families every day since. While today's world has grown no less dangerous, we as Americans are resilient. We continue to fight the evil and terror that exists today, and we will continue to be a beacon of the freedom to the world. Let us reflect on the gift of life so tragically lost at the World Trade Center in New York City, the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., and a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Let us honor the memory of every American who perished on that fateful day. Their legacies will be forever intertwined with the strength and courage that defined our great country. We will never forget, not 22 years later, not ever. Madam Speaker, this message of never forget was evident on Friday when I attended the Penn State University's 9/11 memorial service. This service is held the Friday before September 11th, usually before a home football game, to unite the community ahead of Patriots Day. For the entire weekend, families, students, and guests in State College saw the flags and remembered the innocent lives taken from us that day. So students from college Republicans, college Democrats, the student body government, and members of the Penn State community joined together to remember the innocent lives lost. In front of Old Main, the community placed 2,977 flags, each one representing a soul, a person, a family member that was taken from us. We also read the names of the 10 Penn State alumni who died in the attacks. At the beginning of the memorial, Hunter, a sophomore at the university, said that while he was born 2 years after the attacks, he recognized the importance of taking time to remember that fateful day. This is what we mean when we say, quote, never forget. While those who lived through the day will always have the date burned into our minds, it is the action of those who were not yet born that show that Americans will truly never forget. We will always remember that we are and always will be the land of the free only because of the home of the brave. May God continue to watch over our first responders, our men and women in uniform, and all those who keep us safe. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on Friday, September 15th, it will mark the second anniversary of AUKUS, an historic new security agreement between the governments of the United States, Australia, and the United Kingdom that will integrate the most sophisticated technologies amongst the 3 countries, including quantum computing, undersea warfare, hypersonics, and cyber, to name just a few, in order to create a new level of joint deterrence by these longtime allies to address a security environment that has been deteriorating for the last 2 decades in the Indo-Pacific region. Its goal is simple: to preserve an open and free Indo-Pacific and a rules-based order at sea, in the air, and in the cyber domain. It is not a policy of aggression. It is rather one of maintaining the integrity and sovereignty of all nations in the region to achieve peace and prosperity. Madam Speaker, this is a big undertaking for the country of Australia. The centerpiece is recapitalizing their submarine fleet, which today are diesel-electric submarines that have to surface to recharge their batteries and replace them with conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines. Over the last 2 years, our 3 navies leadership have been meeting to try and come up with a plan to execute this undertaking. And last March in San Diego, California, at Naval Base Port Loma, the 3 heads of government, President Biden, Prime Minister Albanese from Australia, and Prime Minister Sunak, came together and stacked hands to make a commitment, and particularly our country, to do something that we have not done since 1958, which is to share the crown jewels of our national security technology, namely nuclear propulsion. This program, which again was announced last March, calls for the U.S. to sell 3 Virginia-class attack submarines in the early 2030s, again, as a way of allowing Australia to replace their fleet with a more capable set of vessels that have longer reach and more capacity in terms of executing deterrence. It will, for the U.S. Navy and for our industrial base here in the U.S., call for a much greater capacity for submarine construction than exists today. Madam Speaker, I represent Groton, Connecticut, which is the home of General Dynamics Electric Boat, which is the general contractor for the Virginia-class submarine program, for also the Columbia-class program, which today are both working hard to address our own Navy's needs. With AUKUS, this is going to add another level of production targets that, again, will strain and call for more capacity. The Biden administration last year saw this coming. They have laid out a $2.4 billion plan over the next 5 years to increase workforce, to increase supply chain, and to increase facility to achieve this goal. And we are seeing it happening in real time during my break in August. If you go back to 3 years ago, the shipyard's workforce was at about 17,000 people. As of last Friday, it is 21,700 strong. The investments in supply chain that is going all over the country to 48 different states is standing up to meet this demand signal so that, again, this alliance, which again is about preserving peace and protecting freedom, will succeed. Again, the development of the workforce is very exciting to see. This last spring, trade schools, graduates were going right into the shipyard. Comprehensive high school graduates were going right into the shipyard. The U.S. Department of Labor Workforce Investment Training Program, the manufacturing pipeline, reached their 4,000th graduate in the metal trades, electricians, welders, machinists. Again, this is a level of job training and investment that we have not seen for a long time. It is the biggest hiring goal for Electric Boat in 2023 in the history of the 120-year history of the country, of the company, 5,750 people. As I said last week, they hit the 21,700 mark, and they will be on target to complete that goal by the end of December. Again, it's going to require more commitment, and we have now people in the Senate that are talking about increasing the Biden budget for investment in the industrial base. And again, this will provide benefit not just for southeastern Connecticut or southern New England, but for states all across the country, manufacturers, small businesses that provide the parts and pieces that go into these amazing vessels, the amazing technology that makes these vessels go. Again, for the 3 countries, Australia, the UK, and the US, this Friday will be a proud moment in terms of advancing a goal which all the neighbors in the region, smaller countries and larger countries, are supporting, which again is to push back again against some of the encroachment and coercive
The gentleman's time has expired.
that now exists in the Indo-Pacific region. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, for 5 minutes.
On this very floor in January, the whole world witnessed a historic contest for House Speaker. I rise today to serve notice. Mr. Speaker, you are out of compliance with the agreement that allowed you to assume this role. The path forward for the House of Representatives is to either bring you into immediate total compliance or remove you pursuant to a motion to vacate the chair. We have had no vote on term limits or on balanced budgets as the agreement demanded and required. There's been no full release of the January 6 tapes. As you promised, there has been insufficient accountability for the Biden crime family, and instead of cutting spending to raise the debt limit, you relied on budgetary gimmicks and rescissions so that you ultimately ended up serving as the valet to underwrite Biden's debt and advance his spending agenda. Mr. Speaker, you boasted in January that we would use the power of the subpoena and the power of the purse. But here we are, 8 months later, and we haven't even sent the first subpoena to Hunter Biden. That's how you know that the rushed and somewhat rattled performance you just saw from the Speaker isn't real. At this point, during Democrat control over the House of Representatives, they had already brought in Don Jr. 3 times. And we haven't even sent the first subpoena to Hunter Biden. Power of the subpoena and power of the purse. Only thing the 118th Congress is known for at this point is electing Kevin McCarthy Speaker and underwriting Biden's debt. And unfortunately, there's only one of those things we can remediate at this time. Power of the purse. Our leadership right now is asking us to vote for a continuing resolution. A vote for a continuing resolution is a vote to continue the Green New Deal, a vote to continue inflationary spending, and in the most troubling of fashions, a vote for a continuing resolution is a vote to continue the election interference of Jack Smith. Mr. Speaker, we told you how to use the power of the purse. Individual, single-subject spending bills that would allow us to have specific review, programmatic analysis, and that would allow us to zero out the salaries of the bureaucrats who have broken bad, targeted President Trump, or cut sweetheart deals for Hunter Biden. September 30th is rapidly approaching, and you have not put us in a position to succeed. There is no way to pass all the individual appropriations bills now, and it's not like we didn't know when September 30th was going to show up on the calendar. I must be better, you must be better, and this House must be better, for it is the last best hope for tens of millions of Republicans. We demand real oversight against this weaponized government. Just look at the bribery. If tens of millions of dollars flowing from foreign corrupt people into the bank accounts of the Biden family wasn't enough for actual impeachment, why were we even looking? Joe Biden deserves impeachment for converting the vice presidency into an ATM machine for virtually his entire family. We all see it. We all know it. Now, moments ago, Speaker McCarthy endorsed an impeachment inquiry. This is a baby step following weeks of pressure from House conservatives to do more. We must move faster. Now, I will concede that the votes I have called for will likely fail: term limits, balanced budgets, maybe even impeachment. I am prepared for that eventuality because at least if we take votes, the American people get to see who's fighting for them and who's willing to tolerate more corruption and business as usual. Mr. Speaker, dust off our written January agreement. You have a copy. Reflect on the spirit of that agreement and build on the start that we had moments ago. Begin to comply. No continuing resolutions, individual spending bills or bust, votes on balanced budgets and term limits, subpoenas for Hunter Biden and the members of the Biden family who've been grifting off of this country, and the impeachment for Joe Biden that he so richly deserves. Do these things or face a motion to vacate the chair. And let me alert the country, a motion to vacate might not pass at first, but it might before the 15th vote. And if Democrats bail out McCarthy, as they may do, then I will lead the resistance to this uniparty and the Biden-McCarthy-Jeffries government that they are attempting to build. I know that Washington isn't a town where people are known for keeping their word. Well, Speaker McCarthy, I'm here to hold you to yours. I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience. Members are further reminded not to engage in personality towards the president. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Miss Miller Meek, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to recognize Herky the Hawk, who this August celebrated 75 years as the beloved mascot of the University of Iowa. Herky embodies the spirit of the University of Iowa, representing the determination, resilience, and unwavering commitment of its students, alumni, and supporters. With his distinctive black and gold feathers, imposing stature, and fierce countenance, Herky exudes an unmistakable aura of Hawkeye pride. His presence at sporting events, campus gatherings, and community outreach activities have created countless memories and fostered a sense of camaraderie among Hawkeye fans, young and old. As we celebrate Herky's 75th year as the University of Iowa's mascot, we not only honor a beloved icon, but also recognize the enduring values, unity, and pride that make the University of Iowa a special place. Here's to Herky, a symbol of excellence and Hawkeye spirit for generations to come. Kalena Durer. I rise today to recognize Kalena Durer of New London in Henry County, Iowa, for being crowned the 2023 Iowa State Fair Queen this past August. The annual Iowa State Fair Queen competition takes place during the Iowa State Fair as county queens from across the state compete for the coveted crown. Judging is based on personality, leadership, attitude, citizenship, contribution to the community, as well as overall appearance, demeanor, and poise. After 5 days of workshops, evaluations, and interviews, Kalena was able to beat out 103 other contestants for the title. In addition to the well-deserved crown, Kalena Durer's triumph comes with substantial awards, including $8,000 in scholarships, a $600 gift card, a pair of cowboy boots, exquisite diamond earrings, an Iowa State Fair brick, and of course, a sash that signifies her role as the state's ambassador of agriculture and community. Her reign promises to be a symbol of grace, intelligence, and leadership as she represents Iowa and its cherished traditions throughout her term as the Iowa State Fair Queen. Congratulations to Kalena Durer on this outstanding accomplishment. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize retired K-9 Officer Curley, who passed away at the age of 12 due to natural causes this August. Curley served alongside Corporal Brian Schertz for 9 years in the Davenport Police Department. Curley was more than just a dedicated member of the department. She was a beloved member of the community who worked tirelessly in the patrol division and contributed to countless cases on both sides of the river. In retirement, Curley enjoyed long walks, playing, and spending time with the Schertz family. As we bid farewell to this loyal and valiant K-9 officer, we express our gratitude for her years of service to the community. Curley's memory will live on in the hearts of those she protected and the lives of those she touched. Rest in peace, Curley. You will be deeply missed. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the 2023 Hawkeye football kids captains. Each season, the Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital designates current or former patients as kid captains for each game of the football season. These kid captains, who have faced challenges that most can only imagine, will spend the game day immersed in the world of Iowa football, experiencing the excitement and the camaraderie that comes with it. The highlight of their day, however, is the heartwarming wave that they initiate, sending love and encouragement to the children at the hospital across the street. It's a simple gesture that carries immeasurable meaning, symbolizing their triumph over adversity and their enduring spirit of hope. This year's kid captains are Gracelyn Springer, Niall Crone, Maggie Larson, Gabby Ford, Wyatt Rannells, Max Schlee, Maddie Ramirez, Bentley Erickson, Lincoln Veach, Chloe Dicklin, Cooper Estenson, and Nathan McDonald. As we cheer the Hawkeyes on the field this season, let's also take a moment to salute these kid captains. These are true champions. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the extraordinary efforts of 2 Iowans, Peter Tien and John Oakenfels, who returned home in August after circumnavigating the globe as part of Rotary International's In Polio Now initiative. Their journey started at the Eastern Iowa Airport, taking them through 19 countries on 4 continents. Along the way, they engaged with local leaders, sparking crucial discussions about their mission. Their unwavering dedication to eradicating polio and the impact of their journey led to over $1 million raised for the Rodeo's Polio Plus program, which provides vital vaccines to those in need globally. Their self-funded expedition, costing approximately $100,000, served as a poignant reminder that the fight against polio is ongoing, and their efforts have brought it one step closer to its end. With ongoing donations matched by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, their mission continues to inspire and uplift, emphasizing the hope that no bounds when dedicated individuals join forces to make a difference. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to honor and recognize the President and CEO of the Galveston Regional Chamber of Commerce, a fighter for small businesses, an advocate for our youth, and a dear friend of mine, one Mrs. Gina Spagnola. I'm very proud to stand here on the House floor and celebrate the remarkable Gina Spagnola for her 20 years of unwavering service to the Galveston Regional Chamber of Commerce. Under her guidance, the Chamber has thrived. For over 178 years, Galveston Regional's Chamber mission has been to foster business and community development, and Gina's leadership has elevated this historic institution to unprecedented heights. Gina has not only embraced this mission, she has embodied it. Her unwavering commitment to Galveston Island and the broader Texas Gulf Coast region has been a driving force behind the Chamber's success. I could go about the great works and things Gina has accomplished on, but we would be here for hours. Instead, I want to highlight a few things to give you a little picture of how lucky Galveston is to have her advocacy and passion for the business in our community. Madam Speaker, one of Gina's proudest accomplishments has been the inauguration of this very Galveston Women's Conference she started 16 years ago. And after years of surprising and celebrating the amazing women in Galveston, we get to surprise her by celebrating her. Surprise, Gina. Gina's ability to build effective relationships with elected officials has facilitated numerous achievements. She championed the creation of Lemonade Day to help today's youth become the business leaders, the social advocates, the community volunteers, and the forward-thinking citizens of tomorrow. In times of adversity, Gina's resilience and commitment shine through. Just 2 months after Hurricane Ike wreaked havoc on Galveston Island, she spearheaded a successful recovery expo that enabled local businesses to reopen their doors. This initiative garnered state and national recognition, showcasing Gina's effectiveness in driving impactful initiatives. And not to mention, her compassion extends beyond our District 14 and its borders. Gina's remarkable leadership has been widely acknowledged. In December 2022, the Galveston Regional Chamber of Commerce received a 5-star accreditation from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the highest rating in the industry. Out of the 7,000 chambers in the nation, only 142 hold this prestigious distinction, with the Galveston Regional Chamber of Commerce being just one of 27 in Texas and the only one in Galveston County. Not to mention all of the awards and recognition she has received and all the boards she sits on and has sat on. Like I said, I could go on and on. Madam Speaker, we thank Gina for 2 decades of remarkable service, but let us also celebrate the values of dedication, leadership, and community that she embodies. Gina, your legacy is one of inspiration, and we are grateful for your tireless efforts to make Galveston a better place. Congratulations on your outstanding achievements, and may your journey ahead be as bright and rewarding as the path you've paved for our community. Thank you, Gina, for your unwavering commitment to Galveston and the Texas Gulf Coast. We are very blessed to have you in our lives, and I can't wait to cheer you on as you continue leading this chamber to greatness. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, Congress returns to session after a 6-week break, and I hope you are all motivated by the input we heard while back home with the same people who sent us to represent them in this body. I am urging my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to put partisan rhetoric aside and get to work on delivering results for the American people. I ask that we start by addressing the funding of our government via the appropriations process to ensure we do not have a government shutdown. A vast majority of Americans are struggling to make ends meet, and a lot of those folks are in our nation's armed forces. A shutdown would only hurt the very people who are putting their lives at risk for all of us. Madam Speaker, I am certain that we can all rise above the din of the media's attempts to influence what comes out of this chamber. I believe we can set aside our political differences and work together for the sake of our country, just as we did 22 years ago following the tragedies of 9/11. Let's not forget that in the most solemn times in our nation, we all banded together, the strongest, to advance America's interests. Madam Speaker, I'd like to end with observing a moment of silence in recognition of all who have fallen, due to the unspeakable acts of September 11, 2001. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize America's 3.5 million truckers during National Truck Driver Appreciation Week. Truckers are the unsung heroes of our supply chain. Each year, they drive over 320 billion miles, the equivalent of nearly 13 million trips around the globe to deliver 11.5 billion tons of freight. Every one of those miles represents a stocked store shelf, a package placed on a household doorstep, materials delivered to a manufacturer, and equipment conveyed to a construction site. I'm proud of America's dedicated truckers, including the 66,830 professional drivers in North Carolina. Today, 23 North Carolinians from the trucking industry are on Capitol Hill sharing their stories. Additionally, a North Carolina driver with over 2 million accident-free miles is demonstrating a simulator to staffers and my colleagues to share the perspectives of truckers. I look forward to thanking these individuals in person for the work they do. Madam Speaker, I recently had the pleasure of visiting Bowman Middle School in Mitchell County to view the school's International Space Station, ISS, contact project. Thanks to the diligent work of Dan Hobson, a STEM teacher at the school who has a penchant for securing these kinds of opportunities, this project was able to come to fruition. Students were able to ask a variety of questions in real time via ham radio to Warren Hoburg, a NASA astronaut who successfully traveled to the ISS on March 3rd of this year. This impressive event was one that these students will surely remember as they continue their educational journeys. Hopefully, some will be inspired to engage in careers in STEM areas. Congratulations to Dan Hobson, Principal Extraordinaire Amber Young, and the dedicated staff of Bowman Middle School who made this event and this learning opportunity such a success. I yield back, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? God, you are our refuge and our strength, an ever-present help in times of trouble. We seek shelter in you in these days of great challenge in our world, where thousands have been killed in the earthquakes in Morocco and thousands more have died in the floods in Libya. Make your presence known in the rescue and relief efforts that none will fear, though entire communities fall into the heart of the sea. We seek shelter in you in these days of great challenge in our country, where countless families still mourn the loss of their loved ones in the horrific events of 9/11 and the war that followed. Make your presence known in their sorrow and grief that none will fear the upheaval of their lives, for you, O Lord of hosts, are with them. We seek shelter in you in these days of great challenge in our Congress, where the waters of discord roar and foam. Make your presence known, for you, O God, are in the midst of us. Utter your voice and melt the ground that separates us from the direction you would have us go. In these days of great challenge, let us then be still and know that you are God. It is in your everlasting name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the Journal of the Last Days proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the Journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Join me in pledging. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise next day my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Earlyville Farm, located near Kersey, Pennsylvania, in Elk County, as a century farm. The Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture recognizes Pennsylvania families who have been farming the same land for 100 years through the Century Farm programs. In order to qualify, the same farm must own the farm for at least 100 consecutive years. A family member must live on the farm on a permanent basis, and the farm must consist of at least 10 acres of the original holding, or gross more than $1,000 annually from the sale of farm products. The Earlyville Farm, owned by the Matus family, has been operating since June of 1923, when Giovanni Matus, an immigrant from Italy, purchased the 10.2 acres. He raised his family there, and the farm has been passed down for 4 generations. Today, Ernest Jr. continues to work on the farm along with his nephew, Mike Bona. Mike actually would be the great-grandson of Giovanni. Thank you to the Matus family for your work to feed American families, and congratulations to the Matus family for this remarkable milestone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the University of California, Riverside School of Medicine. Over the past 10 years, the UCR School of Medicine has become a crucible of knowledge, a sanctuary of healing, and a force against healthcare disparities. It produces skilled physicians, fosters innovation, and engages our community. With 6 clinics throughout the region, the UCR School of Medicine brings medical attention to those in need across Southern California. In celebrating the UCR School of Medicine, I applaud their growth and progress over the last decade. As they turn the page to the next chapter, we anticipate even more remarkable achievements, bolder strides, and continued transformation of countless lives. I congratulate the University of California Riverside School of Medicine on their 10-year journey. May its impact shape a healthier, brighter future for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate a century of excellence of Lamar University in Beaumont, Texas. For 100 years, this institution has been a beacon of knowledge, innovation, and progress in the great state of Texas. From its humble beginnings to its current status as a thriving hub of education and research, Lamar University has transformed countless lives and shaped our community. I commend the dedicated faculty, the staff, and the students who have contributed to this remarkable legacy. Here's to 100 more years of empowering minds, fostering creativity, and making Texas and our nation stronger. Happy Centennial Lamar University. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, ensuring everyone has access to high quality and affordable health care is the top priority for me. That's why, together with House Democrats, we have fought tirelessly in Congress to bring down health care and prescription drug costs. Finally now, Medicare can negotiate lower prescription drug costs for seniors and other beneficiaries, which will take effect in 2026. I'm excited that the first 10 Medicare Part D drugs have been selected for the Medicare price negotiation. In my home state of Texas, 623,000 seniors will save money thanks to these negotiations. We're building a healthcare system that prioritizes the well-being of all Americans, regardless of their age, income, or background. Because when it comes to healthcare, we're all in this together. We are putting seniors over profits. We are putting people over politics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Lulaga Tusaga, who became the United States' first women's discus gold medalist at the World Athletic Championships in August. Lulaga graduated from the University of Iowa in 2021, where she was the 2019 NCAA discus champion. In a stunning display of talent and determination, her throw of 69.49 meters to win the World Championship marked a significant improvement over her previous best. Lulaga's former Iowa track and field coach, Joey Woody, expressed immense pride in her journey. He noted her unwavering dedication and resilience in the face of challenges, praising her as one of his best competitors the program has ever seen. Lulaga Tusaga's legacy is firmly cemented as an 8-time All-American, a regional champion, and now as gold medalist at the World Athletics, the first woman. I also would like to wish a very happy birthday to my husband, Kurt Meeks. Happy birthday, honey. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Biden war on fossil fuels has already caused a 40-year high inflation, harming families, and continues to enrich war criminal Putin and force dependency on the Chinese Communist Party batteries. Now the threat to American families has intensified, as explained in a September 8th editorial by the Wall Street Journal. Quote, oil prices have climbed this week after Saudi Arabia and Russia extended their production cuts. The Biden administration's response? Restrict U.S. oil and gas development. The Interior Department canceled 7 oil and gas leases in Alaska's Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Its climate agenda is the most lawless and economically destructive in history. Russia is drilling in the Arctic and using it as a shipping route to deliver oil to China. The administration's restrictions on U.S. Arctic oil and gas development amount to unilateral energy disarmament, end of quote. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with open borders. And we also extend our sympathy to the great people of Morocco.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to express my concern about DNA from invasive silver carp found in the St. Joseph River, which runs through my district. Silver carp have overtaken watersheds across the country and would pose a significant challenge to preserving the health of the Great Lakes and its tributaries. This news increases the urgency to take common sense steps to protect the Great Lakes from invasive species. That's why I've continued to support bipartisan efforts that will maintain a healthy Great Lakes ecosystem through securing funding for the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, and why I continue to support efforts like the Brandon Road Lock and Dam to fight invasive species. I'll continue to closely monitor the additional testing conducted by the Fish and Wildlife Service and pursue long-term solutions to keep the Great Lakes healthy. I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on September 11, 2023 at 4:18 p.m. that the Senate passed Senate 294, Senate 2747. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 3152 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3152, a bill to impose sanctions with respect to countries, individuals, and entities that engage in any effort to acquire, possess, develop, transport, transfer, or deploy Iranian missiles and related goods and technology, including materials and equipment, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, and the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to place into the record an exchange of letters with the chairman of the Judiciary Committee.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Iran poses an existential threat to the global balance of power, threatening our national security as well as those of our allies and regional stability. General Kurilla, who I met with at the Munich Security Conference, the commander of the U.S. Central Command, testified to Congress this year that Iran possessed both the largest and most diverse missile arsenal in the Middle East and the largest and most capable unmanned aerial vehicle or drone force in the region, which is why the passage of the Fight and Combat Rampant Iranian Missile Exports Act is so vital. For years, we've seen Iran and its terrorist proxies use these weapons against the United States, as well as our partners and allies throughout the Middle East. In January 2020, Iran launched a missile attack on U.S. troops in Iraq. Iranian UAVs are frequently used to attack U.S. service members and personnel in the Middle East. These UAVs are a deadly threat that have killed and wounded Americans. Iranian UAVs have also been used in destructive strikes on Saudi and Israeli-linked targets. Iran frequently provides these deadly weapons to its proxies, including Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Iraqi militia groups. And now, Iran, their lethal drones are wreaking havoc outside the Middle East. Hundreds of these drones have been deployed by Vladimir Putin against civilian infrastructure in Ukraine, becoming a key element in his unprovoked war of aggression and war crimes. For years, Iran's missile and drone proliferation to its terror proxies and to Russia has taken place in outright violation of the United Nations international embargo on Iran's missile and drone programs. We know that the Ayatollah, Vladimir Putin, and Iran's terrorist proxies don't care about violating UN resolutions, but other countries do. Next month, these international restrictions on Iran's lethal missile and drone programs will expire after 15 years. And I'm deeply concerned that the marketplace for Iran's missiles and drones will expand. Dangerous autocrats, war criminals, terrorists around the world will turn to Iran for missiles and drones, just as we saw them doing following the expiration of the UN arms embargo on Iran in 2020. That's why it's urgent that the House pass my bipartisan bill, the Fight and Combat Rampant Iranian Missile Exports, or Fight Crime Act. The bill, which I was proud to introduce with Ranking Member Meeks, imposes strict mandatory sanctions on Iran's missile and drone capability to fill the gap left by the expiration of the UN restrictions. Everyone must know that if they purchase Iran's weapon of war, they will be frozen out of the U.S. financial system, denied use of the U.S. dollar, and denied access to the United States. For years, Iran and its proxies have rained hell on the Middle East from the sky with their attack UAVs. Now Iran's dangerous arsenal is enabling Russians' war crimes and devastation of Ukraine. We cannot wait to act until the UN restrictions expire. We need to prevent these weapons sales now before these deadly missiles and drones are on the battlefield. And in fact, Iran is working with Russia inside of Russia to make these very drones. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For decades, the United States and our allies have harbored grave concerns regarding Iran's ballistic missile program. Leading among those concerns is the fear that they are being developed to one day deploy a nuclear warhead. But we have also experienced Iran's short and medium-range missiles that pose a direct and deadly threat to American forces in the region and the territories of numerous allies and partners. Iran currently has more than 3,000 ballistic missiles in its stockpile. In recent years, despite international pressure, these missiles have achieved a much greater range and accuracy. Iran has also supplied precision-guided missiles and drones to proxies in Lebanon and Syria. Iran's growing missile capabilities could one day allow it to threaten Europe and the United States mainland directly. Without a doubt, it is in the interest of the United States to prevent Iran from further expanding its missile capabilities. Today, global sanctions are in place which aim to limit Iran's missile program. They are found in the UN Security Council Resolution 2231. And unfortunately, they are set to expire in October of 2023. Russia and China's presence on the Security Council has made it impossible to negotiate an extension of these multilateral sanctions. Mr. Speaker, in October, when the UN regulations expire, Iran would be free in the eyes of the UN to develop nuclear weapon delivery systems, including ICBMs, that could reach the United States homeland. Let's be clear. Iran has never abided by the missile restrictions outlined in the Security Council resolution. But when the sanctions expire, it would open the door for Iran to advance its missile program by utilizing technologies more freely from around the world. Upon expiration of the sanctions, Iranian leaders will immediately gain access to items it cannot easily acquire domestically, such as gyroscopes, sensors, and numerous other sophisticated components necessary for modern ballistic missiles. And upon securing these technologies from abroad, Iran could begin to reverse engineer them and begin domestic production as it has done in the past. That is why, together with our allies, we must act. I applaud the European Union for telling Iran they plan to retain their own European Union ballistic missile sanctions set to expire in October. Today, we want to send Iran the message that the United States intends to do the same. That is why we are considering this bipartisan legislation introduced by Chairman McCall that imposes mandatory property blocking and visa sanctions on anyone involved in the supply, sale, or transfer of or support for Iran's missiles and drones. The legislation also requires the executive branch to submit a report on the Iranian missiles and drones to Congress, specifically outlining their strategy to counter this menace. Mr. Speaker, there is near global consensus that Iran should not be allowed to acquire a nuclear weapon or the missile that could help them carry one. I encourage all of my colleagues to support this important bipartisan legislation. Therefore, I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this measure, and I thank Mr. McCall and Ranking Member Meeks, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to thank Congresswoman Dean for her strong support for this measure and her leadership. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I have no other speakers and am prepared to close and reserve the right to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests at this time. I'm prepared to close if the other side has no other speakers.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. The threat of Iranian missiles and drones is real. The clock is ticking, and Congress, the United States government, and the world at large needs to act. This bill is an important measure to prevent Iran from being able to acquire more sophisticated technology as a result of the expiring sanctions. I thank Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks. I thank you, Chairman, for introducing the bill. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Despite what you may hear about partisan divides, our committee, I think, stands apart. This bill to impose sanctions on those doing business with Iran's missile and drone program was introduced by myself and the ranking member, Mr. Meeks, of the Foreign Affairs Committee. And it passed our committee unanimously. It has over 225 co-sponsors with a mix of Republicans and Democrats. Congress and the American people are keenly aware of the destructive power of Iran's drones, and we are absolutely committed to reining in this threat. We're united in delivering a bipartisan message to countries around the world: do not buy or acquire Iranian drones and missiles. Do not associate yourself with the IRGC or with Vladimir Putin or with Iran's terrorist proxies. Putin and the Ayatollah may try to ramp up their military cooperation, but we will do everything in our power to stop them, and in doing so, safeguard free democracies around the world. So with that, I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3152 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker?
For what purposes, the gentleman seek recognition?
On that, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 589 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 90, H.R. 589, a bill to impose sanctions on the Supreme Leader of Iran and the President of Iran and the respective offices for human rights abuses and support for terrorism.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, and the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask in unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to place into the record correspondence between myself and the chairs of the Judiciary, Financial Services, and Ways and Means Committee.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, we all know that Iran has committed brutal human rights violations. This regime silences dissent and suppresses the truth. And those who dare to speak out face severe consequences, including death. 1 year ago, 22-year-old Mahsa Amini was murdered by the Iranian regime, the so-called morality police, while in police custody. Iran's morality police had detained her for a false crime unthinkable to most of us here in this chamber. The crime, failing to properly cover her hair. The people of Iran were outraged by her brutal murder and by the range of injustices that the Ayatollah subjects Iranians to, day in and day out. This outrage led the brave people of Iran to rise up in peaceful protest, demanding change. Sadly, but not surprisingly, the regime responded with a violent crackdown against the protesters. They detained tens of thousands of their own citizens and killed hundreds of more. The regime choked off access to the outside world by blocking the internet. Disturbingly, violence and isolation is how they deny their own people their freedom and their voice. The international community has failed the people of Iran by failing to compel their oppressors to stop this abuse. We have many sanction laws designed to address Iran's regime's human rights violations. However, it is clear that many officials and institutions in Iran have not yet been sanctioned for their role in these abuses. That is why it is so important that we pass this bipartisan bill that was authored and introduced by Representative Banks from Indiana. We must require the president to formally determine whether specific high-ranking regime officials and institutions meet the criteria for imposition of our sanctions, and then act based on those determinations. The Biden administration has its own political agenda when it comes to Iran. This administration wants to broker a bad nuclear agreement with Iran and has made it clear that it is willing to sacrifice leverage in the form of sanctions enforcement to do so. My long-standing concerns only grew when we learned that the administration's chief negotiator, Rob Malley, was being investigated for problems with his security clearance. This administration must be transparent about these allegations and how they have impacted the last 2 years of Iran's policy. To the administration, I say this: we must not sell out the Iranian people to reach a bad nuclear deal with Iran. A nuclear Iran is simply not acceptable. We must fully enforce the laws on the books that we have in order to stop the grotesque human rights violations taking place in Iran. And that is why, as we approach the one-year anniversary of Mahsa Amini's tragic death, and it is so fitting that we do it here in this chamber this week, the Congress must show the world that we have not forgotten her, Mahsa, or the millions of Iranians who have experienced violence, oppression, and even death at the hands of the regime. So I urge unanimous consent for this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is no debate in Congress about the nature of the Iranian government. The supreme leader of Iran murders, tortures, and abuses his own people. He denies Iranian citizens freedom and democracy. He guides proxy forces meant to destabilize numerous regional countries. He has threatened to wipe Israel off the map. And he is developing a nuclear program that has stockpiled enough highly enriched uranium for several nuclear warheads. I believe there must be costs associated with this behavior, and the United States is delivering those costs. The Mahsa Amini Human Rights and Security Accountability Act, or the Mahsa Act, is a bill that would require the President of the United States to determine whether high-ranking officials in the Islamic Republic regime in Iran should be listed under existing U.S. sanctions for human rights abuses and support for terrorism. If an Iranian person or entity is found to meet these criteria, the legislation strongly encourages the executive branch to sanction that person or entity to the fullest extent of the law. Foreign Affairs Committee Democrats understand the despicable nature of Iran's supreme leader and his regime and the need to hold them accountable. The supreme leader is currently sanctioned under EO Executive Order 13876, which blocks the property of the supreme leader and his office, as well as persons determined to have provided material support to the supreme leader or his office. As of April 20, 2023, 112 persons have been designated for sanctions pursuant to this order, 75 entities, 36 individuals, and 1 vessel. Some of these designations were made by the Trump administration, and some have been made by the Biden administration. The supreme leader is fully cut off from the American financial system and is not allowed to travel to the United States. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that other prominent Iranian leaders currently under strict American sanctions include President Raisi, 2 of Iranian's vice presidents, 7 cabinet ministers, including the ministers of communication, culture, defense, intelligence, interior, and petroleum. Companies and subsidiaries tied to the supreme leader in the sectors of energy, textiles, mining and chemicals, and financial services are all under strict sanctions. Let me be clear. There are more sanctions on the supreme leader and his cronies today than there were a year and a half ago. Applying a maximum pressure on the supreme leader is an entirely bipartisan priority. We must always do more. Enforcement can be tighter. Legislation with transparency mechanisms such as the Mahsa Act provide value to the Congress and our Iran policy oversight efforts. During committee consideration of the Massa Act, I voted to move the bill to the floor, despite having reservations that the text, as currently drafted, could damage national security waivers found in the underlying statute. Though the bill improved throughout the negotiation process with the majority, an amendment was offered, which was adopted over the committee Democrats' objections, that undermined some of the progress we achieved before markup. During a future conference process with the Senate, we want to assure this legislative text will not harm any president's ability to adjust to any potential national security event vis-a-vis Iran, including addressing the nuclear issue. We also hope to streamline the reporting requirements to make them feasible for OFAC and the Treasury Department to deliver to Congress. We look forward to continuing to work in a bipartisan manner on crafting a final bill that continues to put pressure on the supreme leader of Iran and those who support his nefarious efforts. In the meantime, I will vote to advance the current draft from the House in order to prepare for negotiations with the Senate. Therefore, I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as you may consume to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks, the author of this bill.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
I thank the chairman for yielding, and I thank him for his leadership on this issue and so many other issues related to our foreign policy and national security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to speak today in support of the passage of my bill, the Massa Act. As the chairman said, this bill is named in honor of Mahsa Amini, a young woman in Iran who was killed by the Iranian regime nearly, almost exactly a year ago this week. Mahsa died after being snatched off the street and brutally beaten by a patrol of the regime's so-called morality police, all because she was not wearing her headscarf correctly in public. Mahsa's murder triggered months of the largest pro-democracy and anti-regime protest in Iran since the 1979 revolution. Iranians called for freedom and chanted death to the dictator. Iranian women cast off their hijabs and burnt them in protest. They shook the regime to its core and showed the world that the Iranian people despise the Iranian regime. They will no longer tolerate its human rights abuses, corruption, and squandering of their wealth on terrorism. But the Biden administration refused to take real action in support of the protesters last year and has been looking the other way ever since. This administration is too afraid to jeopardize their dream of a new nuclear deal with Iran. So it's up to Congress to act instead, and that's what we're doing here today. The Massa Act will hold the most malicious elements of Iran's regime accountable while avoiding collateral damage on ordinary Iranians. My bill will require the administration to actually enforce sanctions on the books and to go after Massa's killers and the funders of terrorism, including the supreme leader of Iran, senior regime officials, and their money laundering organizations. I want to thank all of those from both parties who made this bipartisan legislation possible and to become a reality today. And more importantly, I want to thank all of those Iranian American groups here at home who showed their representatives how important it is to stand in support of the Iranian people and to finally take action to hold this brutal regime accountable. I call upon the Senate to immediately take up and pass the Massa Act. And I call upon President Biden to stop dragging his feet, listen to the Iranian people, and confront the Iranian regime once and for all. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Representative Lloyd Doggett.
The member is recognized.
Thank you. 1 year since the death of a young woman, Mahsa Amini, in Iran, 1 year during which revulsion to repression has given birth to so many courageous Iranians expressing their defiance of arbitrary restrictions on their freedom. But it's also been another year of torture and murder at the hands of a fanatical tyranny. With approval of this legislation, named for Masa, we say to Iranians, your voices are heard, your voices are important, you are not forgotten. And while the type of military action against Iran urged by fanatics outside of Iran would be disastrous and counterproductive, through this act we seek to use all other available means to hold accountable the cruel repressors in Tehran. Those of us who are progressives, opposing any war against Iran, are equally opposed to the Iran war that the government is currently carrying out against its own children. We share the battle cry of peaceful Iranian protesters, woman, life, freedom. This bill has little to do with the Iran nuclear agreement, which was wisely negotiated by President Obama's administration and our European allies. The world is less safe today, not because of that agreement, but because of President Trump's abrupt unilateral cancellation of the agreement, presenting us today with an Iran that is nearer the development of a nuclear weapon than it was prior to the agreement. We need to be seeking to do everything we can to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon short of war. But our desire for a safer world should not impair our willingness to do more to make Iran safe for its own citizens. As Amnesty International reported just this past month, Iranian authorities have been subjecting victims' families to arbitrary arrest and detention, imposing cruel restrictions on peaceful gatherings at grave sites, and even destroying victims' grave markers. And now, within the last few days, detaining Masa's uncle so that he cannot speak out this Saturday on the anniversary of her murder. Already this year, the Iranian government has executed 320 people, doubling the rate prior to Masa's death, and giving Iran the wretched distinction of the highest number of executions per capita in the entire world. Building upon current existing executive orders, this bill proposes to codify existing sanctions targeting those at the top of the Iranian regime for their human rights abuses and for this egregious action of the last year. But the attacks on President Biden really are misplaced if this is to be a true bipartisan initiative. I believe that passage of the Masa Act sends a message to Iranians not about this administration, but of the fact that we, the elected members of the people of the United States, may I have another 30 seconds?
I offer the gentleman additional 30 seconds.
That passage of this act is not about what this administration has or has not done, but that it reflects the broad determination of this body, the Congress, the representatives of the people of the United States, to speak out against a brutal theocracy. We stand with Iranians who seek a brighter future with the rule of law and freedom, and hopefully one day an end to the terrible division between our two countries. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Speaker, I have no further speakers and reserve the right to close.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time at this time. I'm prepared to close if the other side has no further speakers.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. I will vote in support of this measure, as it is crucial that we continue to pressure the supreme leader of Iran and his cronies and enablers. But I look forward to further refining the text with our Senate colleagues to make this the best bill possible. And I also note that I join Chairman McCall, Representative Doggett, in acknowledging that it has been nearly 1 year since the tragic death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini. We will always remember her global impact, not just for the girls and women of Iran, but for girls and women all over the world. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first want to give my thanks to the ranking member, Mr. Meeks, to Congresswoman Madeline Dean, and to Congressman Lloyd Doggett. I also want to thank Representative Banks for leading this important bipartisan measure to ensure the United States upholds its moral responsibility as a beacon of freedom and human rights. This bill does not create any new sanctions programs. The tools we are discussing here today already exist. We are simply asking the administration to enforce them. We must do everything we can to stand with the people of Iran and prevent more violence and suffering. I feel for Mahsa's family, to see her being beaten, tortured, and put to death for the so-called crime of merely not wearing her hijab correctly is really unfathomable to Americans and our way of life in a free society, and it cannot stand. And I look forward to a day when the Ayatollah is out of power and the people of Iran can be free to express themselves without this kind of oppression and tyranny. I know it will happen one day, and I hope it happens in my lifetime. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 589 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, on that I request the yeas and the nays.
Okay, the yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 492.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 492, resolution condemning the government of Iran's state-sponsored persecution of the Baha'i minority and its continued violation of the international covenants on human rights.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, and the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, as the Iranian regime continues to violate human rights, we must condemn the regime's state-sponsored persecution of the Baha'i minority and its other ongoing abuses. For the past year, Iran's barbaric human rights violations have faced renewed scrutiny following the regime's crackdown on peaceful protests after the murder of Mahsa Amini. Unfortunately, this sickening cruelty has become characteristic of the Iranian regime's control for over 40 years. The regime has consistently targeted the Baha'i and other religious minorities with harassment, discrimination, and violence. And for decades, the Iranian regime has terrorized the Baha'i who face arbitrary arrest, forced disappearances, property confiscation, and economic discrimination at the hands of the regime. Religious persecution in any form is repulsive, and we must condemn it in the strongest possible terms. That's why I co-sponsored this resolution, which the gentlelady from Illinois, Congresswoman Schakowsky, introduced. This measure details Iran's ongoing crimes against the Baha'i minority and calls for further action to address these serious human rights abuses. Congress will continue to stand with all the people of Iran to defend their rights, including religious freedom. I urge support for this measure and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.Res. 492 and yield myself as much time as I may consume. While the Congress is rightly concerned about Iran's nefarious nuclear program, its missile proliferation, and its destabilizing activities around the globe, we cannot forget those who continue to struggle for religious freedom and democracy in Iran. Iran's Baha'i community has long been the target of severe religious persecution by Iranian regime. Much of its informal leadership has been arrested, and many members of the community executed. The Baha'i are not permitted to practice their religion and culture. Their marriages are not recognized. Their dead cannot be buried according to Baha'i law, and their cemeteries are desecrated. In addition, the Baha'i are denied government jobs and business licenses. They are not permitted to enroll in public universities, and Baha'i school children are frequently harassed by classmates, teachers, and administrators. No human being deserves this type of treatment, and certainly not at the hands of their government. As has been noted in this House in the past, the social teaching of the Baha'i faith, such as the equality of women and men, the principle of each individual's responsibility to investigate the truth, are impossible for theocratic leaders of Iran to comprehend. Yet these are universal values, human values, and they must be protected. Mr. Speaker, the United States and the international community cannot and will not ignore the systematic and violent attacks against the Iranian Baha'i community, and Tehran must be held accountable. By passing this resolution once again, we continue to shine a light on the persecution of the Baha'i and hopefully move us one step closer to the day that true freedom reaches Iran. Therefore, I encourage my colleagues to join in supporting this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the right to close.
I have no further request for time, and I am prepared to close.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. The House of Representatives has passed this resolution in previous Congresses. It will pass this resolution today, and if needed, we will pass this resolution again in the future. We stand in solidarity with the persecuted Baha'i minority in Iran and demand the Iranian government end its intolerable persecution of their people and religion. I urge unanimous passage of this resolution, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. In closing, I'd like to thank Ranking Member Meeks, Congresswoman Dean, and the gentlelady from Illinois for offering this bipartisan resolution in support of human rights and religious freedom for the Baha'i community in Iran. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 492? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, on that, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Ready? This will be a script, and we're going to use the script for all four.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1567, the Acres Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1567, a bill to require that the Secretary of Agriculture and the Secretary of the Interior submit accurate reports regarding hazardous fuels reduction activities and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1567 as amended, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of Representative Tiffany's legislation, H.R. 1567, the Accurately Counting Risk Elimination Solutions, or ACRES Act. This is a common sense, good governance bill that will bring sorely needed transparency and accountability to the misleading way our federal land managers are tracking and reporting hazardous fuel treatments. We remain in the midst of a historic catastrophic wildfire crisis that has devoured an average of 7 million acres every year for the last 2 decades. This alarming figure is more than double the annual losses seen during the 1990s. This worsening problem is directly linked to insufficient forest management, which has created a dangerous buildup of hazardous fuels in our forest. Despite the clear need to confront this crisis head-on, federal land management agencies like the Forest Service are still failing to increase the pace and scale of their treatments. Even more concerning, recent investigative reporting by NBC News found that the Forest Service is over-reporting the number of acres they treat annually by over 20%. This happens because the Forest Service will count the same piece of land towards its risk reduction goals multiple times if different treatments, such as prescribed thinning and burning, are completed on that land. In some extreme cases, the Forest Service counted the same parcel of land 30 times, meaning the agency reported to Congress that they reduced hazardous fuel treatments 30 times more, or for instance, they treated 1 acre and reported that 30 acres had received treatment. This problem gets worse if treatments can span several years. For example, NBC News found an example of a hazardous fuels reduction project in Southern California that lasted for 5 years. The Forest Service reported that they treated 744 acres of land, when in fact, only 173 acres had been treated. If the Forest Service were treating at the order of magnitude that they need to be treating, these numbers wouldn't matter. But I think inflating the numbers is just a way to try to cover up the inadequate management that's happening. Instead of talking about hundreds of acres, we need to be talking about thousands and 10,000s and even hundreds of thousands of acres that are being treated. This kind of reporting means that the Forest Service suggested to Congress and the public that they are doing as much as 4 times more work than they had actually accomplished. This is absolutely unacceptable, particularly in an area where wildfire risk and the risk to communities is extremely high. This legislation simply requires the Forest Service to submit data to Congress annually that details their hazardous fuels reduction work by only counting each individual acre once, even if multiple treatments were performed. This exact idea has been supported in reports from the Government Accountability Office and USDA's Office of Inspector General. The fact that we need to pass legislation to tell the Forest Service to count the way that we all learned how to count should show us just how deep this problem runs within our agencies when it comes to confronting our catastrophic wildfire crisis. But holding federal land managers accountable for their actual work, the work that they're doing on the ground to help improve forest health and to make our nation's forests safer for all of us, we are required to do this legislation. And I commend Representative Tiffany for bringing this bill forward. I ask that we support it strongly, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I rise in support of H.R. 1567, introduced by my colleague from Wisconsin, Representative Tiffany. The United States Forest Service manages millions of acres of forest land, including vital watersheds, critical wildlife habitat, and countless outdoor recreational areas. The Forest Service's 10-year wildfire crisis strategy implementation plan stresses the importance of the adapted landscapes and hazard fuel treatments to build resiliency in our forests. Wildfire risk reduction projects are complex, multi-step processes requiring significant planning and investments, often carried out over several years. Therefore, it is important that we receive accurate, transparent, and accessible data on how forest management projects are being planned and implemented. This legislation would require the agency to include a report to the President's annual budget on hazardous fuel activities carried out in a given fiscal year to account for each treated acre. The ongoing reporting requirement will enhance transparency and accountability, providing critical information that can help guide investments in management of our national forests, including how we deploy our historic investments in wildfire risk reduction efforts that are being included in the Infrastructure Investment Act and the Jobs Act and in the Inflation Reduction Act. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the legislation and reserve the balance, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, the chairman of the Subcommittee on Federal Lands, and the sponsor of the bill, Mr. Tiffany.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would first like to thank the ranking member for his support throughout the process in regards to this bill. And there is very little that I can add to what the chairman of the Natural Resources Committee has laid out in his opening remarks in regards to the need for the Acres Act. One of the few things I can add is a picture to my right here, what shows the need for this bill. When the amount of acres that are being treated are not counted accurately, we end up with a situation where those acres that should be treated don't get treated. This is the Grizzly Flats fire from a couple years ago and wiped out that community. They knew, the Forest Service knew that it was time that these treatments needed to be put in place, and they weren't, and a community was destroyed out in the great state of California. This bill will bring transparency to the misleading and inaccurate way hazardous fuels treatments are reported. Decades of mismanagement of our federal lands have left our forests overstocked and created tinderbox conditions. We have long known the reported pace and scale of forest management has been insufficient to truly address our forest health crisis. There is a better way to manage our public lands, and that starts with holding our federal land management agencies accountable by requiring accurate reporting on the effectiveness of their work in fuel reduction. According to troubling reports, the situation is even worse than we have been led to believe, as agencies have been overstating their treatments by over 20%. Accurate reporting is necessary to broadly track the progress made on our larger wildfire mitigation targets as well as individual projects. The Acres Act is a simple solution to hold our federal agencies accountable to see the actual work they are doing to reduce the enormous risk of wildfire. American taxpayers deserve to know they are getting what they pay for. This bill is one of the steps needed to help ensure that happens. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas or from Arkansas is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I have no further request for time, and I'm prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no further requests for time. We're prepared to close. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, it's imperative that we do everything in our power to ensure that our forests are being managed properly. The Acres Act is one small step in the right direction, and it's a common sense solution to a problem that really shouldn't even exist in the first place. Again, I want to thank the ranking member and the minority for supporting this bill, and the idea that we're actually moving toward more forest management is encouraging to me. I urge adoption of this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1567 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1450, the Treating Tribes and Counties as Good Neighbors Act.
Does the gentleman wish to file it as amended? Does the gentleman wish to call up H.R. 1450 as amended?
Yes.
Okay. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1450, a bill to amend the Agricultural Act of 2014 to modify the treatment of revenue from timber sale contracts and certain payments made by counties to the Secretary of Agriculture and the Secretary of the Interior under good neighbor agreements and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1450, the bill now under consideration. Now yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I strongly support Congressman Fulcher's bill, the Treating Tribes and Counties as Good Neighbors Act. This legislation would greatly enhance the collaborative stewardship of our federal lands with tribal and county partners. This is a bipartisan effort that passed out of the House Natural Resources and Agricultural Committees unanimously, and it is my hope that we can pass this thoughtful proposal in similar fashion here on the House floor today. The federal government owns roughly 640 million acres, an astonishing 28% of the entire country. States, tribes, and counties all have a very clear interest on how these lands are managed. When federal lands are mismanaged, it is those closest to the lands that are most impacted. There is no clearer example of this reality than the forest health and wildfire crisis affecting vast swaths of federal lands. Fire knows no boundaries between managed land and unmanaged land. It knows no jurisdictional boundaries. As federal land managers struggle to address this worsening problem, Congress developed Good Neighbor Authority to empower states to assist in active forest management efforts on federal lands. Under the Good Neighbor Authority, the Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management had the ability to authorize states to undertake restoration projects such as hazardous fuel reduction, habitat improvement, and road restoration on federal lands within their borders. By all accounts, this program for states has been very successful. Since 2014, over 490 projects have begun in 38 states. Just last year, approximately 274 million board feet of timber was sold under Good Neighbor agreements. The 2018 Farm Bill extended Good Neighbor Authority to counties and tribes in the hopes that even more active forest management could be accomplished. Unfortunately, the participation of counties and tribes has been limited. Current law does not give tribes and counties the same authority that states have benefited from to retain timber receipts for use on additional restoration work. This reality removes a substantial incentive for counties and tribes to pursue good neighbor projects, and the numbers have shown this to be true. There are currently only 6 counties and 5 tribes that have entered into good neighbor agreements. H.R. 1450 offers a solution to this dilemma by extending the authority to retain timber receipts from good neighbor projects to counties and tribes to fund additional restoration projects, bringing them into parity with the treatment that states currently receive. In addition to providing important parity, this bill will also improve cross-boundary work by allowing restoration projects to occur on non-federal lands. As I mentioned earlier, wildfires know no boundaries. Good Neighbor Authority has unquestionably been a successful program that has not yet reached its full potential. I believe that Congressman Fulcher's bill will improve this program and pave the way for tribes and counties to partner on much-needed forest management efforts. Fully empowering counties and tribes to utilize this authority will reduce wildfire risk and improve the health of our federal lands for generations to come. I want to applaud Congressman Fulcher for his leadership on this important issue. I support the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlemen, general leave is granted without exception. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. H.R. 1450 is the Treating Tribes and Counties as Good Neighbors Act, introduced by my colleague from Idaho, Representative Fulcher. This bill updates the Good Neighbor Authority Program to update the incentives for tribes and counties to partner with the Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management on restoration projects designed to enhance resilience and promote healthy landscape. As climate change intensifies, it is crucial that land managers utilize collaborative, consensus-driven tools such as the Good Neighbor Authority to facilitate conservation, restoration, and resiliency of federal lands and neighboring lands. However, under current law, only states are authorized to retain revenues from timber sales and contracts executed through this program. This legislation provides parity for tribes and counties to increase community participation in the restoration of our public lands. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Idaho, the sponsor of the bill, Mr. Fulcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker. For years, states could enter into cooperative agreements with federal land management agencies to aid in reducing the excess fuel load that makes fires in the West so damaging to people, property, and wildlife. H.R. 1450 fully extends the same authority and access to revenue that states have to counties and tribes. Some states, primarily in the western U.S., have large percentages of their land controlled by the federal government. In my home state of Idaho, for example, it's 62%. As a result, citizens in my state must generate enough economic growth to sustain our needs from just the resources contained within the available land remaining. One can argue that Idahoans and citizens from other states with a similar dynamic are merely tenants of their federal landlord. Counties and tribes face a microcosm of that challenge within the states they reside. There are counties in my district, like Idaho and Hawaii, for example, where the federal government controls more than 83% of the land within their borders. Without ready access to the natural resources and related tax revenue in these areas, it's difficult for residents and local municipalities to create wealth and provide the ingredients necessary to raise families and to grow business. This bill would enable access to resources. As a result, the livelihoods of people in rural America would be enhanced through job creation, new sources of income, and the economic activity that comes with it. Federal land management agencies are often unable, due to lack of resources, or unwilling, due to bad policy or litigation, to adequately maintain the density of tree growth, brush, and other vegetation that creates the fuel load for wildfire. Yet local residents, as tenants of the land under their own feet, can only wait and hope for their federal landlord to come up with the resources needed to responsibly manage land in and around their communities. H.R. 1450 empowers local counties and tribes so they can engage and at least have a chance to put some wisdom into how these lands are managed. We in the West care about our environment. God's blessed us with an abundance of natural resources, and that comes with the responsibility of wise stewardship. H.R. 1450 recognizes and incentivizes just that, allowing a portion of receipts from timber sales, for example, to be shared with counties and tribes. That's a win-win situation. Tribes and counties are local, and as such, they are on the front lines of the land management battle. Thank you, Chairman Westerman, my co-lead, Marie Glusenkamp-Perez, and all my other colleagues on the Natural Resources and Agriculture Committees for their support of this legislation. With that, I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington and sponsor of the legislation.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Grijalva. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1450, Treating Tribes and Counties as Good Neighbors Act. This bill is critical for districts like mine. Why? Because this bill gives back the flexibility that is critical to counties and tribes who understand that wildfires and natural disasters do not discriminate between federal and non-federal lands, and ensures that we use all of the tools at our disposal to mitigate the effects of wildfire and maintain healthy forests. In the 2018 Farm Bill, Congress expanded Good Neighbor Authority to make tribes and counties eligible to enter into Good Neighbor agreements. However, tribes and counties were not afforded the same authority as states to retain the receipts from these G&A project revenues to reinvest in conservation. This fundamentally reduced the ability to engage and partner on critical management projects like wildfire mitigation, invasive species management, and habitat maintenance. Additionally, the 2018 Farm Bill removed the ability to carry out restoration services that were agreed to under Good Neighbor agreements to take place off of federal lands. You can literally go out in the woods and you can see the boundaries and political boundaries between treated and untreated that's resulted. Adjacent tribal and county land that is essential to the health of national forests can no longer be restored as comprehensive landscapes. Rural timber-based county, Skamania County, my home county, is leading innovation with Good Neighbor Authority by hiring foresters with these funds to advance timber harvest for forest health, fire management, and invasive species management. All mounting issues on the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest that have not been addressed for decades. Skamania County was the first to build a relationship with the State Department of Natural Resources to determine how this Good Neighbor Authority could help the forest health conditions of the National Forest, which make up 80% of Skamania County. This partnership between Forest Service, the state agency, and Skamania County has been hugely successful. The additional flexibility provided by this bill is a common sense fix to a program that's been proven to be highly successful. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Finally, I want to thank Congressman Fulcher for his leadership on this bill, Chair Westerman and Ranking Member Grijalvo, as well as Chair Thompson and Ranking Member Scott for their support of this critical legislation. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, the chairman of the Subcommittee on Energy and Mineral Resources, Mr. Stauber.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chair Westerman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1450, the Treating Tribes and Counties as Good Neighbors Act, introduced by my good friend and colleague, Representative Fulcher of Idaho. St. Louis County, Minnesota is the largest county east of the Mississippi River and the place I've always called home. St. Louis County is a checkerboard of federal and non-federal land. As such, there are many actors managing the land, be it the Bureau of Land Management or the U.S. Forest Service that manage our federal lands, or the states, the counties, and the local tribes that manage our non-federal lands. Since its introduction over two decades ago, the Good Neighbor Authority program has facilitated co-stewardship of our federal and non-federal lands. By partnering federal land managers with stakeholders, we have created healthier forests, lowered fire risks, and better conserved our landscapes. However, the most successful stewardship of our public land occurs when all parties are brought together and everyone is able to do their part. Unfortunately, our counties and tribal partners, who do a lion's share of the work on federal lands, are still unable to access the Good Neighbor Authority program. H.R. 1450 will allow our counties and federally recognized tribes to access this critical management tool and allow them the ability to reinvest in restoration projects. This will build on the success of the program and further benefit our conservation efforts across this nation. This bipartisan bill passed both the Natural Resources Committee and Agricultural Committee with broad support. I am hopeful that the House can continue this forward momentum today, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve. Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We're prepared to close. I'll continue to reserve.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the chairman of the Committee on Agriculture, Mr. Thompson.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I much appreciation to my colleague and fellow chair for his leadership with the Natural Resource Committee. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1450. The Good Neighbor Authority has been a vital tool to get forest management and restoration projects off the ground. This program helps the Forest Service address the wildfire and forest health crisis and serves as a model for highly effective partnerships. While the 2018 Farm Bill expanded the Good Neighbor Authority program eligibility to counties and tribes, the law did not authorize counties and tribes to retain timber revenues from the Good Neighbor Authority agreements as states do. In extending this authority to counties and tribes, this bill will expand this important forest management tool to help reduce wildfire risk and improve forest health at a meaningful scale. Now, I'm proud to report that the H.R. 1450 passed unanimously out of the Committee on Agriculture and then followed suit with a unanimous vote in the Natural Resource Committee. It is clear this legislation represents a common sense fix to a valuable forest management program. Now, I urge my colleagues to support the Treating Tribes and Counties as Good Neighbors Act and vote yes on passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the chairman, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I must say that it's an honor to work with a colleague like Chairman Thompson, who cares so much about forest health, and I appreciate the ranking member and the minority in supporting this bill, as well as it did pass unanimous out of both committees. I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
All right. Reserves. Gentleman from Arizona to close.
Thank you very much. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation. It creates parity and access for two significant constituencies, counties and tribes, and creates parity for them. And I think at the end of the day, creates a collaborative effort that is more comprehensive and more extensive. With that, I yield back. Balance of our time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, the magnitude of our forest health crisis demands an all-hands-on-deck approach that utilizes all of the tools in the toolbox. The Good Neighbor Authority has proven to be an exceptional tool when used with states, and we need to improve and expand on that with H.R. 1450 by including tribes and counties. I urge adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1450? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3389, the Emergency Wildfire Fighting Technology Act of 2023, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 150, H.R. 3389, a bill to require the Secretary of Agriculture, acting through the Chief of the Forest Service and the Secretary of the Interior, to conduct an evaluation with respect to the use of Container Aerial Firefighting System, CAFFS, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 3389, the bill now under consideration. I yield myself.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I strongly support Congressman Valadeo's bill, the Emergency Wildfire Fighting Technology Act of 2023. This legislation, rightly named, has the potential to provide another tool in the toolbox for addressing the catastrophic wildfire crisis. Americans have tragically grown accustomed to increasingly severe wildfire years that are lasting longer and producing more destruction than ever before. This summer, devastating wildfires impacted the community of Lahaina on the island of Maui. Devastation I saw firsthand along with several of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. Unfortunately, the reality is that decades of inadequate forest management have created an unprecedented forest health crisis. Across the U.S., there are now 1 billion acres of of at-risk land for wildfire. In the absence of dramatic change, the future outlook remains bleak. When it comes to fighting these out-of-control infernos, we simply don't have the luxury of ignoring potential new technologies that could improve the cost efficiency or effectiveness of suppressing fires. It is critical that wildland firefighting agencies have all tools and methods available to them to fight fires and protect lives and property. Aircraft and helicopters provide life-saving support to ground crews, often by delivering water or fire retardant. In order to drop water or fire retardant from a plane or helicopter, the aircraft must be designed or retrofitted for such purpose, limiting the number of aircraft that's available. Mr. Valadeo has worked with various stakeholders who have developed and improved a container aerial firefighting system to drop water or fire retardant from aircraft via disposable containers. This technology could increase the response time to wildfires, could decrease the response time to wildfires by increasing the number of aircrafts available, thus saving more lives and more structures. This technology is not new. However, the system has not been recently studied by the wildland firefighting agencies. H.R. 3389 would require the Forest Service and the Department of Interior to conduct an evaluation on the use of container aerial firefighting systems in response to wildfires. The evaluation will focus on effectiveness, cost, ease of delivery, and safety. Directing our wildfire fighting agencies to study new and emerging technology is a win for the wildland firefighting crews and a win for those who live in fire-prone areas. I want to applaud Congressman Valadeo for his leadership on this important topic. He is a leader on bipartisan solutions that meaningfully improve forest health and reduce wildfires. I support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 3389, the Emergency Wildfire Fighting Technology Act, was introduced by my colleague, Representative Valadeo from California. The bill requires the U.S. Department of Agriculture and the Department of Interior, in coordination with the National Interagency Aviation Committee and Interagency Air Tanker Board, to complete an evaluation of the container aerial fighting system to support wildland fire mitigation and suppression. In 2011, the Forest Service conducted a study and determined that this particular delivery system did not meet existing standards and posed safety risks to our communities and forests. However, there has been technological advancements in the decades since the initial report, and this bill aims to kickstart research that could promote the use of underutilized technology. The climate crisis is clearly increasing the severity and the duration of the wildfire season, so it is imperative that we continuously research and reevaluate any emerging technology. I want to thank the majority for their willingness to work with us on amending the bill at markup. The updated text that we are considering today ensures that the Forest Service retains the decision-making authority with respect to the use of this particular tool. This is an important safeguard for the safety of wildland firefighters and the communities impacted by the wildfire crisis. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the bill and reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, the lead sponsor of the bill, Mr. Valadeo.
The gentleman's recognized.
Well, I thank my friend and colleague from Arkansas for yielding. I rise today to urge my colleagues to support my bill that will help combat severe wildfires and save lives. My home state of California has become all too familiar with devastating wildfires. In 2022, just over 20,000 wildfires burned approximately 5.8 million acres across the western United States. These numbers represent people's homes, businesses, and livelihoods that have been destroyed or tragically lost. In my district, we deal with prolonged exposure to wildfire smoke, which settles in the Central Valley and results in some of the nation's worst air quality. As these wildfires become more aggressive, we need to take concrete steps to combat wildfires, while also focusing on improving the long-term management of our forests. The bill we're considering today will help deploy new technologies to combat widespread damage these fires cause to our communities, our health, and our environment. The Wildfire Fighting Technology Act would dramatically increase the number of airlift assets available in wildfire emergencies. We should be using every tool available to fight these fires. Containerized aerial firefighting systems, or CAFs, are airdrop-capable disposable containers for water or fire retardant, which can be dropped from much higher altitudes with less visibility. Current aerial firefighting operations depend on single-mission aircraft, but CAFs can be used by any standard cargo plane. The use of CAFs provides more coverage for firefighters on the ground and allows teams to quickly respond to prevent smaller fires from becoming uncontrollable. These systems are being used in other countries, but not here in the U.S. We have the technology that we can and should use to stop the devastation of these fires. The dangers and long-term impacts of wildfires is clear. I urge all my colleagues to support the passage of the Emergency Wildfire Fighting Technology Act to combat and contain these fires in a quicker and more efficient way. I thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further request for time, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further requests for time right at this point, and we are prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation and yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I would again like to thank Mr. Valadeo for bringing this important piece of legislation. Thank the ranking member and the minority for their support on this bill. Again, we must provide all necessary tools for the wildland firefighting agencies so that they can combat this wildfire crisis. I urge adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3389 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3324 to extend the authority to collect Shasta Trinity Marina fees through fiscal year 2029.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 151, H.R. 3324, a bill to extend the authority to collect Shasta Trinity Marina fees through fiscal year 2029.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 3324, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3324. This is a good bipartisan effort being led by Representatives Huffman and LaMalfa, and will help to improve recreation opportunities to their constituents in Northern California. This bill extends the authority of the Shasta Trinity National Forest to collect and retain existing marina fees for the purpose of enhancing recreation opportunities and improving access at the Whiskeytown Shasta Trinity National Recreation Area, which is located within Congressman LaMalfa and Huffman's districts. The Whiskeytown Shasta Trinity National Recreation Area encompasses large reservoirs and abundant mountain terrain. This area is very popular with hunters, anglers, and outdoor recreationists. The authority to collect and retain marina fees expired in 2019, but has been temporarily extended through appropriations legislation. The marina fees retained by the Forest Service are spent on recreation enhancement projects such as boat ramp improvements, lake cleanup efforts, maintaining recreational facilities, and improving access for visitors with disabilities. The Forest Service also provides educational programs with these funds. This bill would not increase or otherwise affect the price of the current marina fees. H.R. 3324 simply continues a current authority that has yielded positive results for families who enjoy visiting the idyllic destination. I commend Representative Huffman and LaMalfa for their collaborative work on this effort. I support the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 3324 introduced by my friend from California, Representative Huffman, would extend the Forest Service's existing authority to collect and retain marina fees at the Shasta Trinity National Forest. As the chairman outlined on the content of the legislation, won't repeat that again. It is a good bill. It is essential to the operation and the management and of the recreation area, and it's a critical tool that needs to be extended. And the continuation of this authority has been an ongoing priority for the Forest Service, the surrounding communities, and I want to thank and congratulate Mr. Huffman for his leadership on the issue. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the bill and reserve the balance of the time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, Representative Huffman, as much time as he may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the ranking member for yielding time, and I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for supporting this bill. I appreciate the chance to just take a moment to talk a little more about the importance of this bill to my district. The Shasta Trinity National Recreation Area is in Northern California, part of it in my district, part of it in Mr. LaMalfa's district. It spans 246,000 acres and includes the Shasta, Trinity, Lewiston, and Whiskeytown lakes. It is a recreational paradise. Every year, more than 3.5 million people visit this area for all manner of outdoor activities: fishing, camping, horseback riding, swimming, paddling, backpacking, and more. The area is a fundamental part of our region's identity and our economy. It's one of our most popular tourist attractions and a very vital economic driver, obviously. The U.S. Forest Service and the National Park Service manage the Shasta Trinity National Recreation Area and support a large variety of these recreation opportunities and improvement projects, such as boat ramp upgrades, public service announcements about boating and water safety, enhancing accessibility of the lakes for those with disabilities, floating restrooms, and interpretive and educational programs. The marina fees that they use to complete this work also support fire prevention, patrols, and fund 15 permanent staff members and 9 seasonal employees who make it possible for everyone to enjoy the recreation area. It is clear how important these fees are to the continued operation of this regional treasure. And my bipartisan bill on the floor today will extend the Department of Agriculture's ability to collect and hold these marina fees through the year 2029, allowing them to continue enhancing recreation and improving access. This fee retention authority was initially granted back in 2008, and we have been fortunate enough to extend it through annual appropriations, but that is pretty tenuous funding. It's not a good basis on which to plan and implement important longer-term projects. So the authority that we're providing in this bill will provide that long-term stability. It'll go a long way toward ensuring certainty and consistent funding for future projects. Most of Trinity County is made up of federally owned public lands, and its local economy is heavily reliant on the success of this national recreation area. It is essential that we extend this authority to collect marina fees and carry out the significant services that they support. So again, I want to thank my colleagues, especially Mr. LaMalfa, who's partnered with me on this legislation several years in a row now, and grateful to colleagues on both sides of the aisle for working with us to support outdoor recreation in Northern California. I urge support of the bill and yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona to close.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to again commend Mr. Huffman and Mr. LaMalfa for bringing this legislation forward. I think this could actually be a model that could be expanded on across the country so that recreation fees collected in a certain area could be retained and used to reinvest back into that area to provide Americans more access to our public lands. Again, I urge adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3324? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative,
Mr.
the rules-
Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking the vote by yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules with respect to the following measures: H.R. 3152, H.R. 589, and H.R. 492. H.Res. 492. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3152 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 3152, a bill to impose sanctions with respect to countries, individuals, and entities that engage in an effort to acquire, possess, develop, transport, transfer, or deploy uranium missiles and related goods and technology, including materials and equipment, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 403, the nays are 8. With 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 589 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 90, H.R. 589, a bill to impose sanctions on the Supreme Leader of Iran and the President of Iran and their respective offices for human rights abuses and support for terrorism.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. all members voted, does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 410, the nays are 3. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 492, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 492, resolution condemning the government of Iran's state-sponsored persecution of the Baha'i minority and its continued violation of the international covenants on human rights.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 413, the nays are 2. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order. Please take your conversations off the floor. The House will be in order. Please take your conversations off the floor if you can. For what purpose does the gentle lady from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order.
Without objection.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to invite all of my colleagues who have ties to Maui, who have been to Maui, or who stand by our community to join me here in the well of the chamber. Louise Abigail was 97 and an active grandmother that lived in the Hale Mahaolu Iona Independent Living Complex. Tony Takafua was just 7 years old and was with his mother and grandparents. They are the youngest and the oldest victims of the wildfires, the difference in their ages spanning almost a century, yet connected by one cruel fate. On August 8th, Maui and Hawaii Islands were ablaze with 11 separate fires. Spurred by 80-mile-per-hour winds, fire ripped through our town of Lahaina in just 17 minutes, tragically taking the lives of 115 people, with dozens more still unaccounted for and thousands displaced and grieving. It would be easy enough to speak of our pain and our grief, the hands I've held, the stories I've heard. I have come to know all too well what death and destruction smells and feels like, and how the sadness continues to cling with you long after. Instead, I'd like to focus on something just as important: hope. When I first went back to Lahaina, the absence of color, of structure, of anything familiar is what hit me. But as I've returned there, including with the Speaker and other members of the House, whom I want to thank for the support made clear by their presence, I've noticed something amidst the rubble: life. Sprinkled throughout the burn zone, I have seen one plant in particular that has survived: banana trees. They are one of the original canoe plants brought to Hawaii from Polynesia because of their ability to feed and to heal people. How fitting to see these trees come to life as we prepare for the most arduous journey ahead of us. Our people are strong and resilient. They have a gracious grit that has both inspired me and moved me to tears in the face of this unthinkable tragedy. But they also feel justifiable anger and frustration that they are even in this situation. And we feel an overwhelming sense of urgency to provide the help, the support, and yes, the answers that they so desperately need. This is a national disaster that will require a national, whole-of-government response. Our strong support of our Maui Ohana will send a clear message to every American that no matter where you live in this great country, you will not be left behind. Mr. Speaker, we will need the help of all of our colleagues as we set sail for what must be a better future for our people, determined by our people. The asks we will make will not be insignificant, and the support we need will span generations. But today, I simply ask for your humanity. Hawaii has so often shared its aloha, its people, whatever we can give with the world. Now our people need your kokua, your help. We have been tested, but we are not broken. We will rise again, and we will be stronger than before. I have said this once and I'll say this again. If there is anything you can always count on, it's that aloha always wins. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Congressman Case and myself, I humbly ask for a moment of silence so that we may lift up and honor our Maui Ohana as they grieve, as they recover, and as they rebuild. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you so much. House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, my home state of Florida is still reeling from shock, horror, and sorrow. 2 weeks ago, on a seemingly peaceful Saturday afternoon, the community of Jacksonville endured an evil attack. I'm honored today to stand with the entire Florida delegation who stands as one against this evil. On August 26 in Jacksonville, Florida, 3 innocent people lost their lives to an act of hatred at a Dollar General store. Angela Michelle Carr, 52 years old. Gerald Deshaun Gallion, 29 years old. Anult Joseph A.J. Laguerre Jr., 19 years old. Angela was a beloved mother and Uber driver. Gerald was the proud father of a 4-year-old little girl. And AJ was a recent high school graduate. He had just started working at the Dollar General to earn some extra money. They each had individual passions and dreams for the future. Each one had a spark that will continue to burn bright in the hearts and minds of those who knew and loved them. Today, I and the delegation joins all Floridians in grieving for the victims and praying for their loved ones. There are no words, Mr. Speaker, to describe our heartbreak, but also the anger we feel over this racially motivated act of evil. Hate has no place, nor does it belong in America. Today, my Florida colleagues and I stand in solidarity with the Jacksonville community. May their memories be a blessing. May God bless and comfort the families. I now ask, Mr. Speaker, that my colleagues in the House join us all for a moment of silence to remember these 3 individuals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Florida, as well as for my fellow colleague. My thoughts and prayers with those from Florida. Should I just gavel it on? The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday marked the 22nd anniversary of September 11th, 2001. 2,977 American lives were taken from us on that fateful day in the worst act of terrorism in our nation's history. Over the last few days, I crisscrossed my entire district, attending more than 10 events and meeting with constituents and families and the victims of September 11th.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Meeting with the families and the victims of September 11th. And still today, we have first responders dying from 9/11 related illnesses. It is a responsibility of our nation to continue to care for our heroes that went down to ground zero to try and save lives and recover the remains of those we lost. As a nation, we have an obligation to ensure that our children never forget and understand what occurred on that fateful day. There is not a child in the school system today that was born on 9/11 or before. And so we must teach this in our schools. Only 14 states currently teach 9/11 as part of their curriculum. It's shameful, and it needs to change. So, Mr. Speaker, on the 22nd anniversary of September 11th, may we always remember the fallen, thank our brave men and women who rushed towards danger, and preserve, protect, and defend the greatest nation in the history of the world. I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman in New York, and we will never forget. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the lack of leadership from the House Republicans. Today, we should be discussing how to fund our government and prevent devastating service shutdowns for millions of Americans. Instead, Republicans want to waste taxpayer dollars on a pointless impeachment inquiry. Even House Republicans say there's no evidence for it. Instead, they should look to President Biden as an example of true leadership. His policies brought the economy back after COVID-19 shut down. They're repairing and rebuilding roads and bridges nationwide. They're making America more energy independent. And they're protecting American technology around the world. So let us get back to doing the work of the American people and stop using taxpayer dollars for revenge politics and unpopular political agendas. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our federal wildland firefighters have been performing much of the heavy lifting, not only this year in the fires raging in my district, but every year, especially in the western states. So what is their reward? That if we don't get legislation done promptly, they could see a 40 to 50% pay cut. So how did this happen? Well, a temporary measure was inserted into the infrastructure bill that was supposed to last for 5 years and keep funding via a bonus system up for the firefighters. Instead, it ran out after only 2 years, and time's up this September. How can we have a situation where firefighters are going to receive a pay cut of 40 to 50% mid-season, where they might be forced to walk off the job because they have to go somewhere else in order to make a living in September, as fire season could well rage on? Indeed, that's the peak of the year in the West. So we have legislation known as the Fair Pay for Federal Firefighters Act, which will repurpose funds that are sitting otherwise unused, and probably justifiably so, in other bills, and purpose that in order to boost firefighter pay and at least keep them at a level playing field for the rest of this year until we can do a proper job of legislating this correctly and keep their pay up. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? North Carolina, sir. We're recognizing North Carolina, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see it. It went over there. They left.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for minutes, revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we're putting our money where our mouth is. The dedicated team at Franklin Vance Warren Opportunity Incorporated is shaping our future by ensuring young people in northeastern North Carolina are getting off to a good start. At the Henderson Head Start Center, I attended Ms. Kearney's class and read the first book to first-time students on the first day of school. The book was First Day Jitters. However, there were no jitters in our classroom. Federal investments such as Head Start and Early Head Start make a huge difference. We are preparing young minds for a brighter future to live the American dream. Many thanks to Abdul Rashid, the executive director, Naomi Mosley, the Head Start director, Ms. Kearney, and all early childhood educators for their unwavering commitment. Also, I thank Sheriff Curtis Brame for letting the kids hold his badge and letting them know that they can do anything by putting their minds to it. Ms. Mosley, indeed, Head Start rocks. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Okay, I'd like to ask unanimous. I'd like to make a unanimous request to speak for 1 minute and 2.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today we return from about a 6-week sabbatical back in our districts, and I'd like to address some more evidence of the moral decline that is coming over our country. I'm talking about the cities, including Columbus, Seattle, Milwaukee, New York, who are suing Kia and Hyundai because of car thefts in their district. They are not blaming the breakdown in the families encouraged by the government, not blaming the weak DAs they elect, not blaming the weak judges they elect. They're blaming the car companies. Oh, how must we look to the South Koreans when they pick up their newspaper and find out the Americans are suing their car companies because our young people can't prevent from taking them. Wake up, America. Please stop this horrible moral decline before it's too late. And please, American cities, don't anymore sue car companies because we are doing such a bad job of raising the young generation. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to the migrant crisis in my home state of Massachusetts. Massachusetts is the only state with a right to shelter law that guarantees every family with children a place to stay. According to recent reporting in the New York Times, 80 cities and towns across the Commonwealth have received migrants to date, with the number of families living in emergency shelters and hotels statewide doubling in the past year to nearly 6,300 last week. As the great-grandson of Jews who fled the Russian pogroms, I take seriously, like so many do, upholding the values of this nation was founded upon, including providing a safe haven for those seeking refuge. But that promise is under threat now by our broken immigration system. Right now, Governor Healy and her administration are doing everything they can to rise to the challenge. But without federal action to fix what was a federal problem, states will continue to operate with their hands tied behind their backs. In addition to passing a disaster supplemental to provide FEMA with additional resources for states, we should be having a serious conversation in Washington about how to fix our immigration system to provide safe and legal pathways to entry. Last Congress, Democrats invited Republicans to the table in good faith to make progress on issues like infrastructure. Now, Republicans should do the same on immigration instead of demonizing those seeking a better life for themselves and their families. I yield back.
The chair lays before the House the following personal request.
Leave of absence requested for Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas for today.
Without objection, the request is granted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
To make a motion for the House to adjourn.
The question on the motion to adjourn, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted accordingly. The House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.